All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes. Back to our regularly scheduled programming here for the spring meet as we move on to week 2 in 2025.
It was a little bizarre, but yesterday turned out to be a beautiful day. It wasn't as cold as what they were predicting. We had a nice crowd on hand and excellent racing. Good day for Ian Wilkes.
It was a good day for Ian Wilkes. 2 Grade 1 wins. He took the Resolute Racing Madison Grade 1 with Positano Sunset, and then the big one, the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass with Burnham Square. We'll take a look back at yesterday in just a few moments, but an 8-race card ahead, and one of our favorite aspects of the meet, the Wednesday Challenge. Opportunity for racegoers here at Keeneland Racecourse to enter into the Wednesday Challenge for $10. You can do so at Wagering Central on the first floor of the grandstand. $10 to enter, and for the final 6 races, a $2 mythical win place wager where 100% of the prize pool is paid out to the top 10 players. Again, that presented by Malone's. Get involved in the Wednesday Challenge. We also have a Toyota Super High Five carryover in the nightcap, race number 8 of over $32,000.
That will be difficult to construct, but I'm sure people will get into that pool, and best of luck there. I like a long shot in the last race, but it's definitely a doozy of a race.
Let's look back at yesterday. We had 5 stakes races, starting with the Appalachian presented by the Japan Racing Association, and Nitrogen made it look real easy for DJ Stable and Mark Cassidy as they go 1-2. That was Vixen finishing second in the Appalachian.
She's special. She's very special. Probably Grade 1 quality there. Extra Anejo came back in a big way, beating Montalcino, who set some pretty swift fractions early.
Yeah, Extra Anejo staying at this one-turn distance, a $1.35 million Keeneland September purchase a few years back for Winchell Thoroughbreds. Onward and upward for him. There's Positano Sunset showing some grit as they threw it down in the Grade 1 at Resolute Racing Madison.
Really good to see jockey Julian Leparoux back in the winner's circle in a Grade 1. He's won many graded stakes races here at Keeneland Racecourse, and that was the first of 2 Grade 1 wins for Ian Wilkes. Here's Think Big with a big performance yesterday for Mike Sidham.
Ben Curtis, his second stakes win in a matter of 3 days. First 2 stakes wins for him. He won with Normandy Coast a couple of days back in the Palisades, but takes that one. Good pick by you. You were all over him, and he turned out to be a good price. And then Burnham Square rallying from last to first to run down East Avenue, who put together a pretty strong effort out on the front end with how quickly he went early on.
He did. I can honestly say that he was back to his old self. It was just unfortunate that he had to go that fast, but congratulations to the connections on to Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby. Here's the jockey trainer standings as it stands after 3 days of racing. Flavian Pratt aboard the jockey standings with 6, Jose Ortiz in second, or ties, with Luis Saez in second, and then Brad Cox on top with 5. He had a big day yesterday too.
And Luis Saez, we got great news at the end of the day yesterday after being unseated in race number 2. X-rays back negative. His agent, Kieran McLaughlin, saying that Louis wanted to ride today, but he is not going to be riding. There are several rider changes throughout the card, so he's going to take an extra day or 2, whatever it pans out to be for Luis Saez. But a lot of folks coming by asking about Luis's condition, and X-rays negative following a scary situation yesterday afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's check in with WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
This might be the best weather day we've had so far in spring meet because we, of course, were loaded up with all the rain and then the chilly temperatures and everything that followed out there. So that's certainly an improving forecast for you, at least today. Here's what we've got. I think we're going to end up running around noontime there, 48 degrees. By the time we reach about the middle of the meet, we're in the mid-50s. But you can see that we get up to about 57 degrees. That's a 6 toward the end of today's run of races. So 57, clouds will thicken up a little bit, but it's not bad at all out there. And we're actually tracking some decent stuff for you. So good luck and have some fun.
Not bad at all. The forecast.
No, it isn't.
I like it. That's literally what it said. It's sunny. You can read.
I can read. Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate that one.
I wonder sometimes.
You want to read the John Deere track conditions?
Fast and turf is good.
So there you go.
Let's
Fast
go.
and good on this Wednesday afternoon. Full card selections. Let's take a look at them. Download the Keeneland Race Day app if you want to stay current on all of our selections. And
I'm surprised it says
2.
Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudet because I thought we moved to Human 1 and Human 2. going against the robot here.
The AI?
The AI. I wonder who's been winning.
I'm sure
Anybody's
somebody's keeping
been keeping
track of it.
Someone's got to be, especially on X somewhere. But here are our full card selections. We agree in race number 2 with number 4. Race number 3 with number 7. And then outside of that, looks like we kind of disagree.
Can we come up with a name for the AI? Can we come up with a creative name for the AI selections on the Keeneland Race Day app?
First thing that's coming to me is Jimmy. I don't know why.
Jenny?
Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy.
I don't know why. It just came to me.
There's a lot of Jimmys around here, probably part of it. Johns, Toms, all the rest of it. Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, at Keeneland on Facebook, at Keeneland on Instagram, X, FanDuel TV. Give them a follow as well. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV if you want to catch our race day coverage on FanDuel TV via the FanDuel TV Plus app. So stay current on the socials over the course of these race meets as well as the sales. Don't forget about the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. That'll be happening following closing day here at the end of the meet. Right after closing day, we'll head down the hill and head that way, and we'll keep you up to date as the meet goes on entries in that always exciting sale. Where are we off to next? Featured
Race
event.
8.
Race number 8.
Bo the Bot. Good?
Bo?
Bo?
The Bot. That works.
Yeah? Okay.
We got a bid spotter named Bo. One of the best in the game.
We do.
Scratch Warhol as well as Z-Dancer, Kistler, and Game Point. So the majority remain in this 8th race, a first-level allowance race. This is the Toyota Super High 5 race with that big carryover of over $32,000. And the morning line favorite is Rotterdam, the number 5 horse, who is 3-1 on the morning line. Make it Ben Curtis riding for Jose D'Angelo, bringing this horse up from South Florida off of Gulfstream Park races and training at Palm Meadows. I am going to go in the opposite direction of the favorite. I'm going to go to the number 3 horse, British Isles, 3-11 in our 8th and featured event for Slam Dunk Race.
People.
This horse is solid. This is a son of Justify who is one. I know he's won for 15.
When was the last time he won?
I can tell you right now, May 4th. But he's running some deep fields since that maiden win, and I think that he's primed to break through here today coming this way for Richie Baltas. Richie's horse ran well in the stakes race just the other day here, and we take you back to his performance on the 1st of March at Santa Anita. In contention, comes up just a head short to Phosphorescence, who is a solid horse who's going to sneak through on the inside and nab him. He's in the battle with the horse next to him. He wins that battle and just gets out-bobbed on the line. But he's run against King of Gosford and Formidable Man in some big stakes races. Ran in the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby at Del Mar. So second start at the age of 4, coming this way. Flavian Pratt in the saddle for Richie Baltas, one of my favorites on the West Coast, who comes here often to Keeneland. I'm going with British Isles on top. Obelisk, is that right? On the 2? Is that the
Sure.
correct? Okay.
I don't know.
That's my second choice for Owen Hardy. Here's a gelding. He's a
Obelisk?
Obelisk? Just let it roll off the tongue. He's a half-brother to a turf winner. He's yet to try grass. Owen Hardy, Godolphin, need I say more, Jimmy Graham in the saddle. So I think he's got a potential of moving forward on the turf course here today. And then I'll go to the outside presider for Brittany Russell and George Sharp. Coming in from Southern California, George Sharp has sent a couple of horses to Brittany Russell and got results with them, Sabretooth being one of them. He was scratched out of the stake just yesterday or day before yesterday, but I think he's got potential coming in from Southern California. And I am not West Coast biased.
Okay.
I'm not West Coast biased.
Yes, you are, but
No,
that's
I'm
okay
not.
Because they do well here at Keeneland. They do. It's okay to be West
There's
Coast
fast
biased.
horses
I'm probably
out there.
East Coast biased.
What are you doing in this race?
I'm giving you a hard time. I do think that British Isles is a horse to beat. I'm using him in second. He might just have found the right field. I'm going crazy here. Crazy. The 7 to bingo is going to be my top play. Let's roll back his race. The last time he was here at Keeneland, this was last spring, and I know he was trained by Brendan Walsh at the time, but he nearly won an A other than, and he ran so well this day. Look at, he only loses by 3/4 of a length, closing rapidly from off of the pace. You can see the number 4 horse in this race. He kind of just went out there and managed to set the pace early, Izzy Dioro, and then nobody could really catch him late. He holds on to the finish line. But Cavalry, he was part of that Cavalry charge that was trying to catch the winner late. Now, his last race wasn't great, but it was a very quickly run race, especially in the early part of it. It was the mile at Gulfstream Park. I just think it was too fast, too firm for him. And Vicky Oliver, she's not really known to get horses ready first off the bench. So second start off the bench, I'm shopping for a price here because although I do like the favorite, I think you can get creative. If you want to box these top 3 in an exacta, go for it. Maybe the 7 won't win, but I have a feeling he could hit the board at a big price.
I just wonder about the mile for him. That's my concern because the race show back mile 3/16.
Yeah, but this mile will play a lot differently than the mile down at Gulfstream.
Yeah, I mean that's the quickest run turf course in any turf race that we have in North America. Those are our opinions in the featured 8th event. Let's go to Tom Leach for more.
Bit of a mystery horse in here is Nagano for trainer Brendan Walsh. This horse comes off a long layoff. All the previous starts were in California. Walsh says the scouting report that he got is that the previous trainer had a high opinion of this horse, and Walsh is seeing no reason to doubt that.
Oh, he's nice. You know, he works away nice. Of course, I concern about the ground maybe a little, but maybe he'll love it. I don't know. It's just that he's been running on a fast surface in California. But this track, I think, is drying out quick, so hopefully it won't be an issue.
Think he's ready to fire first time out?
For sure, yeah. We got plenty work on him, so I think he's fit enough, and he should give a good account of himself.
Ash Group lined up with this allowance feature that is the last race on today's card.
I like that.
Go ahead.
I like that from Brendan. I mean, it sounded pretty confident.
Yeah.
You kind of have to know the people and try to read in between the lines, but sounded like he kind of liked them.
So you got to read on Brendan?
I got to read on Brendan for sure.
Race number 7, key race. Let's dive into it. This would be considered the co-feature. This is a dirt event for 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th. Now, the 14 does draw in Valentinian, and that horse looks awfully live. Scratch out Touchy. We saw him run earlier this week. 2, 3, and 11 also withdrawn from this field. Cut the Dust is likely the favorite in here. I do think Valentinian ends up being the second choice drawing in with Johnny Velasquez. But I'm going to go against the grain a little bit here with Cut the Dust for Pin Oak Stable and Josie Carroll. This is a colt by Not This Time, who on debut at Woodbine, he was the clear favorite that day, and he just spurts away from him on the synthetic. Like the way that he moves, obviously the way that he does it with the speed that he displayed going 5.5 furlongs. Now, his next start did not live up to the expectations, but he was a little wide in that trip, obviously stepping up to winners for the first time. That was his first try on dirt, but I do hope that the mile and a 16th unlocks something for this colt. And Frankie Dettori is in town to ride this horse here today for Pin Oak Stud and Josie Carroll. I'll take a shot with Cut the Dust and hope that he can get back more towards what we saw from him on debut up at Woodbine. Lion of Justice, you've got to use him. You've got to respect him. Ran a very quick race at Colonial in that one-turn mile event to break his maiden on debut. And then the 7-horse Hedge for Ben Colebrook gets to go 2 turns for the first time. I think that he is one that you've got to consider as well. He can sit pretty forward with Jimmy Graham. And I would also, now that the 14 draws in, make a strong case for him. Valentinian for Todd Pletcher off of his debut win at Tampa Bay Downs. This is a good race that we've got, race number 7 for straight 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th.
It's really nice. I was even wondering if we could see a horse like Lion of Justice come back after that win and maybe try to get Derby points, but obviously they just want to run him against Allowance Company. But that was a fast race first time out, and you look at it and you're like, oh, Colonial Downs? Why was this horse at Colonial Downs? Well, it was Virginia Derby Day, and Brad had sent many horses there for the day. He's fast, and he's got a high cruising speed. I originally tried to go against him if him drew into the race, but he's going to run a little bit later this week. So Lion of Justice is going to be the top play for me. The 14, Valentinian, again, second selection here. I thought he did a lot in that race, in that kind of rated nicely, and then I don't want to say push button, but he really did respond to the rider's cues and then just went on to really be dominant against that field. And then, of course, the 9 in third, 6-14-9.
Race number 5, Turf Sprint. This is your key race focus. You crushed it in the Turf Sprint feature yesterday. The Valvoline Global.
I don't want to say
Shakertown.
Okay, you're struggling with it, like the one sponsor that I struggle with.
It's my Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix.
Yes.
Here's race number 5.
You see, I didn't even go there. Didn't even try to say it. Race number 5, this allowance race. This is a good little race. I had a tough time with it, but ultimately I went to the number 2, Coastalon. 7-2. If this horse goes off at 7-2, I think that's a fine price for him. Let's take a look at his race 2 starts back. We're going back to Colonial Downs here. And he was so quick out of the stalls. He managed to get the jump on this field. 21-4, 44 flat, 55, and then finishing up in 101 and change for 5.5 furlongs. But look at how he wins this race. So here's the thing, and why I liked Think Big yesterday. It's not necessarily the competition that they're beating. It's especially true in turf sprints. It's how they're beating competition, period, full stop. Yes, Think Big, his races yesterday, they weren't great. The fields that he went against, you could probably pick them apart, but he was dominant against them. And when you see horses beating company in turf sprints by 3 lengths, 2-3 lengths, that means they've got a little bit more to give. So Coastalon coming back to sprinting on the turf, and it's kind of funny. They routed him for a really long time throughout his career, but I really think he's found exactly what he wants to do in that sprint on the turf. So 286 for me. The 8, I'll also include in there Urban Legend, who also seems pretty versatile, very quick, but also can sit off the pace, which I think will be important. And then the 6, Voltage. Obviously, Mike Sidham hoping to team up again with Ben Curtis for another stakes win.
I went to the 4 Let It Ride for Ari Hill Stable, and George Weaver off the long layoff. He was eased in a race at Saratoga. I'm not going to fault him for that. The horse that won that race, Surveillance, has made over $1 million for what that's worth, but he was at least early on in that race right there off of him, and I think that George Weaver would not bring this horse here to Keeneland if he wasn't ready to roll off the long layoff. So 4, 2, and 11 in race number 5. Let's roll it back to race number 3 on today's card. This is a maiden special weight for sprinters going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 2, 4, and 5, and Dr. Park, the number 7 horse, is the 6-5 morning line favorite and will be the favorite in that race.
Yes, this horse does look really tough. So originally, my opinion in here was the 5 Military Cruiser, who was 10-1 on the morning line. Unfortunately, he is a scratch, so I do kind of default into the favorite here. I hate to do that, but Dr. Park ran very fast first time out, and you would think that he could improve. His works have been swift here at Keeneland, too. Don Corleone is an interesting horse, but the 9 Nick's Gate also quite interesting. It's kind of taken him a long time to get going. He's a 4-year-old son of Arrogate coming out of the Ben Colebrook barn. But here's his local drill back on the 19th of March. So this was 2 back. It was a gate drill, clocking that workout in 48 seconds flat.
I like how he's into the bridle.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad workout at all. And Ben Colebrook, he has struck for the Korean Racing Authority multiple times here at Keeneland Racecourse. Obviously, going back to Nick's Go in winning the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. He had a first-time starter a couple of meets back that he won for the Korean Racing Authority. So we'll see how he fares. But for Dr. Park, this is a half-brother to Forte, champion 2-year-old. And for CRK Stable, it comes out of a live race at Santa Anita, does Dr. Park. And we'll expand upon him as we'll roll in the Salesgrad Spotlight, because this is a horse that was purchased for $850,000 for CRK Stable back in 2022 here at Keeneland. Now, it took him some time to get to the races, but that race that he ran in at Santa Anita, beaten by Santorena, a horse that finally came around, had a lot of starts there in the West Coast that looked like he was going to break through, but he's put it together as of late. But the horse that was just in front of him that finished second, Extensive, broke his maiden next time out, earned an 88 buyer, and then won a first-level allowance race and earned a 99 buyer. So
those horses improved.
They're tough races. Or I should say it's a tough race that Dr. Park comes this way. He's going to be even money, probably, or less, in race number 3, and justifiably so.
He's going to be short, and I honestly think he's going to be tough to beat. I mean, cha-ching. Whoa. Cha-ching. I just need to give up. Can I leave?
No.
It's a filly going against the boys, but she did run very well first time out, so I don't know.
Let's go to the clock report, shall we? Race number 4. on the card. The number 2 horse, Here's Your Trouble, on the inside of Ashes, or King of Ashes, excuse me. And this is a horse that comes into this race, a $270,000 Munnings filly, breezed that solid half a mile on the fast track at Keeneland, 48-2 for trainer Brendan Walsh, working in company with King of Ashes and the Street Sense colt who broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park in January, facing allowance rivals. So Here's Your Trouble in race number 2, and then in race number 1, how about 47-3 for Vintage Ring on the 29th of March in this maiden 100 grander to get things going on the Wednesday card.
I like to see that. Didn't pick this horse on top, but did include in the early pick 4.
Gets Irad in the saddle, so we'll take some play there. That's our Clocker report. Let's take a look at our multi-race exotics. You're going to start us off with the early pick 4, which starts in race number 2. It starts in race number 2, Gabby.
Yes,
not race
it did.
Number 1.
Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you. I did get this right, sending it in. I got it wrong about 10 seconds ago. Race 2 kicks off the early pick 4. I need another coffee today. The 4 nighttime is going to be the single for me. In race number 3, thank you. I'll take your iced coffee. 1, 7, 8, and 9. So I have coverage there, and I include Cha-Ching, as well as a 7 Dr. Park. I mean, some people might look at that as a free square, but you never know with horses coming from west to east, and then also, or west to south, I should say, and then also making the second career start. So including some other horses in there outside of the favorite. 2, 5, 8 for me in the 4th race. Top play in there is going to be the 8 Rainbow Glow. I like her early speed on the drop in class. And then race number 5, again, a lot of coverage there, but the 2 Coast Along is going to be the top play there. And I do like the fact that this horse is cut back sprinting on the turf, also including Voltage, Urban Legend, and the 11 Run Curtis Run, who draws in off the AE and gets Joel Rosario.
You do go east when you come from California, just to be clear. West to east.
Southeast.
No, it's more north.
Actually, north, yeah, because Southern California.
Yeah. Southern
okay,
California's
I just
here,
need to give up
Kentucky's
today.
right here,
I'm
so
going to stop talking.
That's the direction we go. Late pick
These
4.
days are, I'm used to having a couple of days to recover after opening weekend, but we're just rolling.
Enough. Race number 5, 2, 4, and 11 for me in that turf sprint, which we talked about. Let It Ride on top. The number 2 horse, Coast Along for Shug, and the 11 horse to the outside. That is Run Curtis Run for Mike Maker, staying at the sprint distances on the turf course. 1, 3, 4 in race number 6. That is a starter allowance race that we've got for you. Protege for Sam Malinsky. He shipped some horses around the country and done well. Came to Del Mar, did Sam Malinsky, and had some success. He trains the 1 in that second leg, the 4-horse Tigers Legacy for Chris Davis. Getting back on dirt and staying in this, or moving back into starter allowance company, I think is a huge plus for him. So watch out for him, as well as the 3 Bibaduro for Michael Tomlinson back on dirt. I think that's a tough starter allowance race, so that's why I'm looking for coverage there. Race number 7, 5, 6, 7, and 14. Even with Cut the Dust, going to be the likely Lion of Justice, going to be the heavy favorite in there. I want to have coverage, and then 2 and 3 in race number 8, our co-featured turf event on the card. That's a look at our multi-race exotics. Now let's move into our best angles of the day, and I will take us to race number 4, a maiden 30. You ready for this maiden 30?
I'm ready.
Rock Harbor for Kenny McPeak.
Okay.
Finally broke in his last race. Now, whether it was a product of finally figuring things out at the gate or encountering a group in which he could break better in, I'm not sure. But he's back in for 30. And I think that this is the horse that you got to focus in on against this group. I think the stars align for this filly here today with Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. So give me Rock Harbor in race number 4. 20 to win. What is she on the morning line? I don't have the morning line.
I don't know.
I'm
10
not
or something. 10 maybe? No.
10s? Your iPad is very jittery.
It's moving very slowly. I need a reboot, but I'm scared too. 9 to 2. I was way off.
I'll take 9 to 2.
But I think you and I have the same approach here. So with my best angle, 2, Here's Your Trouble, 3 to 2 on the morning line is going to be the heavy favorite. You go against with Rock Harbor. For me, in the 7th race, we're going to see the 4-horse in there. I think 6, sorry. The 4-horse Tigers Legacy is going to be the heavy favorite in there, 6 to 5 on the morning line. Do you remember Tigers Legacy? this horse
I can't say that I do.
Who ran here. I remember talking to Chris Davis, and I think this is the right horse, where he said he's really tough to train and he can be kind of a bad actor in the paddock. I know Chris Davis has one of those horses, and I think it's him.
Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, but
I'm just joking.
I'm just saying, this horse, he's been good and bad. He can be really good and then he can be really bad, and I think it's a behavioral issue with him. He doesn't always show up, is the point I'm trying to make. So the one protege, I think, can make a big impact against this field today. Did cut back in distance a little bit at Gulfstream last time out. This is a look at Churchill Downs when he was trained by different connections, but he showed a lot of speed this day, and he managed to hang on by a neck. And with the rail post position, with the presence of Ira Ortiz Jr., I think they're going to they're going to go from the inside and try to last as long as they can, especially considering the fact that he's coming out of a 5.5 furlong sprint on the synthetic. I think that will sharpen him up a little bit. So the one protege, I'm going to single him, in fact, in the late pick four, that I sent in for FanDuel. But I'm also using him in the exacta 1 overall. If we can get the favorite out of there, might pay something.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We're going to race 7. It's the 3-horse without caution. I think there's more there than this horse has shown to this point. Won first time out very impressively up at Saratoga. Immediately went into a couple of graded stakes. Didn't go so well. Second start off a layoff. That's a really good angle for Cherie DeVoe. And she has good numbers going from turf to dirt. So maybe the surface switch will wake up a horse that I think has more ability than it has shown to this point. And he's 21 on the morning line. Good luck.
Tom's going to get his price there. He is going to get that near that morning line. That's it. We've got 10 seconds. Anything you want to say?
Happy Wednesday, guys. It's going to be a great day.
She says what I mean.
Let's go.
Something about echoing something.
Let's go.
Enjoy today at Keeneland. All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Evan Curran to the paddock. Evan learned the guitar at age 8 in primary school at St. Leo. He has been playing music ever since and is the frontman of the award-winning band Trippin' Roots. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Teresa Patton from Concessions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Teresa. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. Race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, and also the early pick 5 will get underway. In that first race, scratch the 6 stage presence. Scratch number 6, stage presence. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. Scratch the 7, afternoon heat. Scratch the 8, improbable story. And scratch the 9, business model. That's in the second race. Scratch 7, afternoon heat. Scratch the 8, improbable story. And scratch 9, business model. Third race where the pick 6 begins, no carryover. In that third event, scratch the 2, zapping strike. Scratch the 4, day money Deegan. Scratch the 5, military cruiser. That's in the third race. Scratch the 2, zapping strike. Scratch the 4, day money Deegan. Scratch the 5, military cruiser. Jockey change on the 1, cha-ching, cha-ching, the jockey Ben Curtis. Number 1, cha-ching, cha-ching, the jockey Ben Curtis. Race 4, start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 1, Mystique. Scratch the 4, Don't Be Salty. Scratch the 7, Kazillion. Scratch the 10, A Kiss Because. Scratch 11, Anthony Spice. And scratch 13, Miss World Peace. That's the fourth race. Scratch number 1, Mystique. Scratch the 4, Don't Be Salty. Scratch the 7, Kazillion. Scratch the 10, A Kiss Because. Scratch the 11, Anthony Spice. Scratch number 13, Miss World Peace. Jockey change on the 12, home first. That'll be Jose Ortiz. Number 12, home first. Jockey Jose Ortiz. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 9, Demolition Duke. That's in race 5. Scratch the 9, Demolition Duke. Jockey change on the 10, all jokes aside. It'll be Angel Serpa. 10, all jokes aside, the jockey Angel Serpa. The 11 draws into the race, Run Curtis Run. Contrary to the program, the jockey Joel Rosario. 11, Run Curtis Run, draws in Joel Rosario, the jockey. Sixth race, scratch the 9, Norwich. That's the sixth race, scratch number 9, Norwich. Seventh race, scratch the 2, Bracket Buster. Scratch number 3, Without Caution. Scratch the 8, Touchy. Scratch number 11, Cacao. And scratch number 13, Him. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 2, Bracket Buster. Scratch number 3, Without Caution. Scratch number 8, Touchy. Scratch the 11, Cacao. And scratch number 13, Him. Please note the 14, Valentinian, draws into the race. 14, Valentinian, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Eighth and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $32,000. In the eighth race, scratch number 4, Warhol. Scratch the 14, Z Dancer. Scratch number 15, Kistler. And scratch the 16, Game Point. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 4, Warhol. Scratch the 14, Z Dancer. Scratch number 15, Kistler. And scratch 16, Game Point. Jockey change on the 5, Rotterdam. That'll be Ben Curtis. Number 5, Rotterdam, the jockey, Ben Curtis. Also, please note, number 13, Sicilian Defense, draws into the race. 13, Sicilian Defense, draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Welcome to Wednesday racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you, and this reminds me of when we have to at times at the sale, where we have to back up and go to another hip. We're back to the regular scheduled programming here at Keeneland. This is the day that was carded for Wednesday, and we are here on into week number 2 officially for the Keeneland Spring Meet.
We have no excuse to be confused now, because back on track here at Keeneland. It's a beautiful day and a really competitive Wednesday card. We did have some scratches, but the 2 featured races a little bit later today, races 7 and 8, super competitive.
Don't forget about it, the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. Patrons can enter that contest for $10 at Wagering Central. That's located on the first floor here in the grandstand, just on the other side of where we sit, near towards the course, and it's an opportunity to enter for $10. And in the last 6 races of the day, place a $2 win and place wager, which means that no actual money is required outside of that $10 initial investment, and 100% of the pool goes to the top 10 players. Also, in one of our featured races, race number 8, Toyota Super High Five carryover, over $32,000 in that 8th event on the turf course.
That's a tough race to figure out the Super High Five. It's a big field. There's a lot going on. I like a little bit of a long shot. More on that a little bit later, but very competitive race number 8 for that Super High Five wager.
Enjoy Wednesday racing here at Keeneland. 8 races ahead. Get involved in the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's.
Race number 1, the horses are in the paddock getting ready for this high-level maiden claiming event, and for that tag of $100,000, 7 furlongs on the main track for this event. And here's a look at the 3, Victorious Nyquist. And this filly is going to be my top selection here today. She has the capability of maybe being a little bit more forwardly placed. So it's the first time out of the new barn, but what I like about her in this race is that she will be able to have a forward trip. If you look at some of her races at Churchill and Ellis and even Horseshoe Indianapolis, the last time we saw her, she wasn't too far off of the pace. And I know that was going distances of a mile, but at 7/8, I think she could maybe come into this race fresh and hopefully with a little bit of speed. It was kind of a speed play for me. And I wasn't crazy about any of the other horses in here. I wanted to shop for a little bit of a price, and I thought that there was a little bit of upside for this filly here at 10-1 with her speed. The 8-horse Vintage Ring is taking money. She's been apparently working quite well here in the morning at Keeneland. She's 5-2 right now as she debuts for trainer Nacho Correas. And Irad Ortiz Jr. does get the call on this 3-year-old filly by Twirling Candy. Nacho Correas, when he has them right and in the right spot, definitely can win with the first-time starter. So I think the money is telling, and this is one to absolutely include in that early pick 5. We'll get a closer look at her in a minute, but you really have to pay attention to where the money is going in a race like this. The number 5, Ashes and Diamonds, is your current favorite at 2-1. Joe Sharp teams up with jockey Jose Ortiz. That duo won a lot of races over the course of the winter down at the fairgrounds, and this really, she didn't do much running first time out, but it was a tough field. It was on the turf. Now they kind of hit the reset button. She comes in off of the layoff since early September. Blinkers come off. She tries the dirt today. She drops in class. She gets LASIK for the first time. So there's obviously a lot thrown at her. Maybe the reason why she did debut on the turf at 1 1/16 was because Joe probably thought that she was a little bit on the slow side, at least from a pace standpoint. And you can't find a lot of two-turn dirt races, at least maiden two-turn dirt races for 2-year-olds, especially at Saratoga. So I think that might have been the reason why she debuted on the turf. And now here with the class relief at 7/8, I think this is probably, a little bit better of a spot. But she is certainly an unknown. She looks great in the paddock, but I would imagine that the money is coming in on this filly, not only because of kind of who she faced first time out, but definitely the connections here who look to continue a very hot win streak down from the fairgrounds. She's 2-1 right now. We'll take a closer look at these fillies and mares as they go postward in just a few moments.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, maiden claiming event, fillies and mares age 3 and up. Claiming price $100,000, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In the opener, scratch the 6, Stage Presence. Post time at 6 minutes.
Let's focus in on some runners before we get to race number 1, 5 minutes away from the start of the early pick 5. And here's a look at the 2 feasible. Second-time starter coming out of the Jenna Antonucci barn, and Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. This filly, she was kind of up against it in her debut. They went crazy fast for the 7/8s, 21-4, 44 flat, and that field just absolutely ran away from her that day. Now she gets a class relief. This certainly looks like the right spot for her. And I thought she was really well behaved in the paddock. She looked fine. You kind of hope that she gets a good warm-up and kind of wakes up a little bit from a physical standpoint. I thought she was definitely maybe a horse to consider here if you are looking to play that early pick 5. The 5, Ashes and Diamonds, after looking at her, you can definitely understand why she debuted at 1 1/16 as a 2-year-old. She's a huge filly. When you look at her, you can't really compare her, obviously, to other horses right now because the camera's just on her, but her size compared to the rest of the field, she's much bigger, tall. She's got long legs. She's just an overall very big horse. And I would imagine it's kind of tough for 2-year-olds of her size to really run well first time out. I like the fact that they've kind of stopped on her, and now they bring her back in her 3-year-old season. More time to kind of fill into herself, and fill into those long legs that she has as well. So I can understand kind of the process here behind her coming back in this spot at 7/8. I do wonder how sharp she will be out of the starting gate, though, how much speed she will show, or if she's going to drop back like she did first time out. It's kind of a tough read from that standpoint, how much gate speed she'll have. But again, I like the fact that they gave her time to kind of mature into her own, given the size that she is. And then finally, the number 8, Vintage Ring. This is a Clocker Report pick. She has been working well here at Keeneland, including that 4-furlong workout here in 48-2. This $278,000 Munnings filly breezed a solid half mile over a fast racetrack at Keeneland in that time I mentioned on the 2nd of April for this trainer. And I'm reading the wrong one. But obviously this filly, she has been working really well here in the morning. Vintage Ring, a homebred daughter of Twirling Candy, has been been training forwardly at Keeneland for trainer Nacho Correas. The Dark Bay filly is sitting on a sharp half-mile gait workout in 47.6 while breezing on her own, and sports a gap-free local work tab since early February. And that's important, just getting those workouts and getting into a routine, and make sure you don't miss any time, any workouts, and just kind of getting ready for the springtime. So she looks like she's been working consistently and consistently well. And again, she is taking that money at 8-5. We'll see what happens in today's opener, as she now is your favorite, Vintage Ring, at 8-5, 2 minutes away from the opener.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Victorious Nyquist goes in, along with Vintage Ring. Rockaway Reef. Midnight Muse, last one. Going in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Vanish from the inside. Midnight Muse from the far outside. And Feasible going to join them. Moves up from between horses. Rockaway Reef also up close in fourth in the opening strides as they head up the back stretch. Feasible puts ahead in front. Vanish, though, responds to the inside. Now has the lead by a neck. Feasible goes second by 2 lengths. And then Midnight Muse third up on the far outside, followed by Ashes and Diamonds in between horses in fourth position as they enter the far turn. And then comes Victorious Nyquist, right down to the inside in fifth. Looks for a little more running room, 3 lengths off the lead. Vintage Ring has to go wide, 6 from the front, 5 from the front, wider still to the far turn, trying to pick up the leaders. And then further back, as they round the far turn, comes Rockaway Reef. The opening quarter, 22.71, 46.47 seconds was the time for the first half mile. And finally, take the silver, the distant trailer, but off the far turn, Feasible and Vanish continue their tussle for the lead. The rest have work to do here because the leaders are coming to the 8th pole. Vintage Ring is out in the center of the racetrack and is still 5 lengths away, and a late run as well from Ashes and Diamonds, but Feasible has the lead, and Feasible has opened up by 3 at the 16th pole. Ashes and Diamonds has gone to second, but here's the wire, and it's Feasible for Brian Hernandez Jr. to win the opener. Ashes and Diamonds second. Vanish was home third. Rockaway Reef was fourth.
Feasible was sharp today. We mentioned that she was run off her feet first time out down at Gulfstream. Very fast fractions in that race. They went a little bit slower against this group here today, and she could establish a nice position under Brian Hernandez Jr. She gets the jump on the rest of the other horses that are kind of fading in front of her, including the 5 horse just kind of following her home in Ashes and Diamonds. But no doubt about the winner, Feasible, gets the job done at 7-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 2, Feasible, finished first. Number 5, Ashes and Diamonds, second. Number 1, Vanished, third. And number 4, Rockaway Reef, fourth. 2514, unofficial. First race results official, 2514. The official results. Official winner of Keeneland's first race, number 2, Feasible, owned by Mark Cherry, trained by Jenna Antonucci. Brian Hernandez Jr., the winning jockey. Feasible, 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke, out of Loudly by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Harry Rosenblum. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 26.59 seconds. Keeneland second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast and the turf good today. Rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 2, scratch the 7 afternoon heat. Scratch the 8 improbable story. And scratch the 9 business model.
Race number 2 is up next. This race does kick off that early pick 4 sequence. If you're interested in wagering in that, we'll talk about my pick 4 sequence in just a moment. But here's a look at the number 4 horse, Nighttime. And this horse will likely be the heavy favorite come post time. Obviously opens up as the 4-5 favorite right now. This horse just looks tough in this group. Really one of the easiest fields that he ever faced was in the fall at Keeneland when he ran for $40,000, and he won that race very easily. That was the race in which trainer Brittany Vandenberg did claim him out of, and then since then he's been pretty competitive against Allowance Company over the winter at Turfway, including 2 starts back in the beginning of January where he almost beat a field of 2 other than Allowance foes. So he's got some class. This does seem like a pretty steep drop in class, I should say, going against, Allowance Company now in for the 20,000. But he could win and get claimed in this race. That's the type of race it is. So he's the top play. Number 2 horse will be the second selection, Molto Vivace, for trainer Eric Foster. And I like the fact that this horse can show some speed. Now, he was part of a very quick pace last time out, going 6.5 furlongs at Turfway. Prior to that, he's been able to show speed, but not really. The reason why I could not have confidence in picking him over the 4 here is because he hasn't been able to sustain that speed. He obviously shows speed, and then he's just not able to kind of seal the deal. And it doesn't matter what distance it is. It could be 6.5, it could be 5, it could be 6 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs, and he kind of does the same thing and just can't quite get to the finish line. So that was kind of the concern with the 2, but I think he can hold on for a piece of it. And then number 5, Can't Beat the Rock, is going to be the second selection for me too. Maybe he's just been in a little too tough for Robertino Diodoro. His last several races since the claim, he hasn't run particularly well. But when you look at his races when he was going against Open 12-5 claimers at Churchill Downs, those races were competitive, including that big win by 5 lengths when he got the job done at 4-1. In November of last year at Churchill Downs. So he is capable of good races when he is at the right level. And maybe this is still a little bit too tough for him, but I definitely think this is a better level than what he's been facing lately. And to be honest, I think with all the scratches in here, this race did come up a little bit on the easier side. So that certainly will help his cause. But right now, the 4 Nighttime is your current 4-5 favorite. We'll take a look at that pick 4 sequence and how I sent it in. I think he's a free square. Maybe others don't necessarily agree, but I think he really does have it all. He's dropping in class. He's really not that slow. He should be able to get a good, somewhat forward trip or mid-pack trip. He's a 2-time winner at Keeneland. There's just a lot of things to like about him except the price. So what you do with a 4-5 favorite, if you do like the 4-5 favorite, you leverage that in a double or a pick 4 or whatever you so choose. I'm doing the pick 4. Race number 3, obviously I have coverage. My top selection there is the 7 Dr. Park. I scratched into that horse, and he will be another favorite, but I'm not so trustworthy of that horse that I am as this favorite. And then we get to the 4th race, another maiden claiming event. I use the 2 Here's Her Trouble, but also using the 5 Rock Harbor, who could go gate to wire, as well as the 8 Rainbow Glow. He will be forwardly placed in there. And then we finally get to the 5th and final leg of, or I should say the 5th race and the final leg of the sequence. I used 4 horses in that race. The 2 is the top play, Coast Along. I think this horse is just a much better turf sprinter. Most of his career, he routed on the turf, and now Shug McGahee finally turned him back in distance, and he's been pretty good sprinting on the turf. But covering myself with the 6, the 8, and the 11 as well. So that's a look at my ticket, $24 play. Best of luck if you are wagering on the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Claiming race for a price of $20,000, 4-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Double in pick 3 and also started the early pick 4. Scratch the 7 afternoon heat. Scratch the 8 improbable story. And scratch the 9 business model. Post time at 6 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Little Tony Two Phones moves into line. Nighttime comes forward, along with Olithable. Forgiving Spirit, the last one, goes in. They are at the post, and they're off. There goes Olithable. Olithable right out for the early lead. Molto Vivace to the inside. Forgiving Spirit up to the far outside. Nighttime is away running in the 4th position. Little Tony Two Phones 5th up on the outside. Then a break of nearly 3 more lengths back as they head for the far turn to Shaken Loose. Can't Beat the Rock just outside of that one. Hometown Hero is last. Still bunching for the lead up front as they go to the far turn. Molto Vivace inside of Olithable, inside of Forgiving Spirit. 22.76 seconds the time for the opening quarter. They round the far turn. Still a half length separate the top 3. Molto Vivace, Olithable, Forgiving Spirit. Lil Tony Two Phones has been wide around the far turn. 4th, far outside. Still 4 lengths from the front. Just over a quarter mile to go. Can't Beat the Rock. Tries to get going. A lot of work to do. 8 lengths from the lead. Molto Vivace and Forgiving Spirit. They go 1-2 off the far turn. And Lil Tony Two Phones tries to join them. Shaken Loose is looking for some running room, but still 4th toward the inside. Can't Beat the Rock, still far back on the grandstand side. And Lil Tony Two Phones goes by the 16th pole with a widening 4-length lead. Lil Tony Two Phones has won at 54-1 for Angel Serpa.
Massive upset here to kick off the early pick 4, and in that early pick 5 sequence, the number 6, Lil Tony Two Phones, comes closing from off the pace. The favorite at 4-5, really a no factor here. Never got going down on the inside, but that certainly wasn't the case for this 54-1 shot. Winning like a good thing in the end. It looks like the 11 getting second and rounding out that trifecta is the 2. 54-1 over 8-1 over 8-1. Those exotics, they're going to pay healthy.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 6, Lil Tony Two Phones finished first. The 11, Forgiving Spirit, was second. 2, Molto Vivace, third. 5, Can't Beat the Rock, fourth. 6, 11, 2, 5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 6, Lil Tony Two Phones, owned by Las Mercedes stable of Tito Moreno, trained by Tito Moreno, Angel Serpa, the jockey. Lil Tony Two Phones, a 6-year-old gelded son of Freedom Child out of Gigi's Dolly by Comic Strip, bred in Pennsylvania by Warriors Reward, LLC. 1 minute, 18.47 seconds. For the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, and the results are official. 6:11.25, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with no carryover. Main track fast. Turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In race 3, scratch the 2, Zapping Strike. Scratch the 4, Day Money Deegan. And scratch the 5, Military Cruiser. Jockey for the 1, cha-ching, cha-ching. That'll be Ben Curtis. Number 1, cha-ching, cha-ching. The jockey, Ben Curtis.
Taking a look at the horses in the field here, coming up on the third race. Hopefully you're still alive in those pick 4s and pick 5s, but I'm not surprised if you aren't, given that last winner. Hopefully we can kind of reset and regroup in this next race. So it's a little unfortunate. I hate when this happens. I had a strong opinion. I liked the 5 Military Cruiser, and now that he is a scratch, I had to go back to the drawing board. I defaulted into the favorite here, the 7 Dr. Park. I didn't think he was necessarily a free square. I didn't think that he was a single, but we'll see what happens. The 7 Dr. Park, he certainly looks very nice. His first race, he went against maiden special weight field at Santa Anita. Extensive was the second place finisher. He came back to win. He's a very fast horse. He improved several Beyer speed figures in that last race. And overall, you're looking at a horse that averages high 80, low 90 Beyer speed figures. And that is very fast compared to the field that Dr. Park faces today. He had one local drill going 3 furlongs and 35 and 4, but at least he kind of got his feet over this track. Peter Urton, of course, over the past couple of years, we've seen him have some horses stabled here in Kentucky, and he does really well with the horses that he brings here. So 3 to 5, short price favorite, but again, I think there's maybe some other ways to go in here. One of them could be the number 8 horse, Don Corleone, for trainer Steve Asmussen. He's going to be fast, and he might be able to be faster than anybody else in this field and run them off their feet, and might not stop, too. If you look at his last couple of races, he's been able to kind of keep up with turf sprinters down at the fairgrounds. But his Oaklawn races and Santa Anita races, I know he was trained by Peter Miller then, but he is obviously very fast. It's just a question of whether or not he can keep going, because obviously he hasn't been able to do that in the past. But if the favorite doesn't show up, he has the pace advantage here. And again, if the favorite doesn't show up, he also comes into the race with some pretty good efforts against stiff competition at the maiden special weight level. So we'll see what he can do. Don Corleone going from turf to dirt here for trainer Steve Asmussen. And then we get to my third selection, the number 1, Cha-Ching, Cha-Ching. And this horse sent out by Eddie Keneally. She's a 4-year-old filly going against the boys here today, but she ran really well first time out. Now, she is a daughter of Munnings. You get into mischief on the bottom side, and she debuted in the slop. That is a beautiful pedigree to handle the slop. So you wonder if she's going to improve in her second start on a fast main track, or if she will regress a little bit. Regardless, it was a really game effort. She was unlucky to lose that race, and I like her in third. I mean, she's going to have to improve in order to beat the favorite here, but you got to be in it to win it, and she is taking some money. She's her second choice right now at odds of 5 to 2 is the 4-year-old filly by Munnings for trainer Eddie Keneally. It's all about the favorite here, the 7 Dr. Park at 3 to 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Claiborne Maiden Special Weight 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast, the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 2, Zapping Strike. Also scratch the 4, Day Money Deegan, and scratch the 5, Military Cruiser. Jockey for the 1, Cha-ching, Cha-ching. That'll be Ben Curtis. 6 minutes till post.
Here's a very close look at your current favorite at 6-5, the 7, Dr. Park. He's a beautiful looking animal too. He's got beautiful mane and forelock as well. Just a well put together horse too. And what I really liked about him is that in the paddock, he was acting really well when he walked past me here in the paddock, acting so professionally, but now that he's out on the track, he woke up. And that's what I love to see in horses, is that they can be classy and professional, but they absolutely know their job once they get out to the racetrack. So definitely will be tough to beat the 7, Dr. Park. But I also wanted to mention quickly the number 9, Nick's Gate. Now, I don't know how much gate speed he will show, but he is a good-looking animal out there. He's the son of Arrogate. Obviously, it's taken them a long time to get him to the races. He debuts at the age of 4, but perhaps it was worth the wait because he's got steady drills here at Keeneland. So far at the meet, Ben Colebrook, he's won 2 with 4 that he sent out. We know that certain trainers, they really plan their year around the spring and fall meet at Keeneland. Wesley Ward, of course, one of them, but also Ben Colebrook, and his horses tend to run really, really well during these meetings. So keep an eye out on the 9, Nick's Gate. I think, this horse could definitely be a factor here against this group, but certainly looks like a formidable favorite at 6-5, the 7, Dr. Park, as we are 4 minutes away from race number 3. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Claiborne, start of the Pick Six. Moving into line, race 3. He's Elusive. Dr. Park. Don Corleone. And Nick's Gate, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Don Corleone quick into stride. He's Elusive, has some early speed. Cha-ching, cha-ching. The filly kicks in down toward the inside. Don Corleone, far outside, has the early advantage, but now is challenged. Cha-ching, cha-ching, with He's Elusive right there in between that pair. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Dr. Park, who's content to settle back into the 4th position. A gap of 2 more lengths back to Chalice next to last. And Nick's Gate is the trailer, running nearly 7 lengths off the lead after an opening quarter, 22.88 seconds. Top 3 separated by just a neck. Don Corleone far outside. Cha-ching, cha-ching to the inside, and He's Elusive in between that pair. Then a gap of 3 lengths. Dr. Park now starts to angle toward the center of the track. Chalice looks for room toward the inside, and Nick's Gate, the distant trailer, they turn for home. Cha-ching, cha-ching has a narrow lead to the inside. Chalice looking for some running room. Dr. Park clear running down the outside, and Dr. Park coming forward and takes the lead just inside the 8th pole. Cha-ching, cha-ching is fighting on. Dr. Park has a head in front. Now it's a half length. Chalice is behind the front pair. Dr. Park has the lead. Dr. Park to win it. Cha-ching, cha-ching was a game second, and then Chalice was third.
Dr. Park gets the win and had to go a little wide coming around the final turn. That might have caught up to him a little bit because the number 1 horse, the filly, Cha-ching, cha-ching, going against the boys today, she hugged the rail throughout, and she had a little bit more left to give deep stretch. Looked like she was going to come back for a second. She was stubborn down on the inside. But in the end, the class prevails. The 7, Dr. Park, your winner, race 3 at 3-5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 7, Dr. Park, was first. Number 1, Cha-Ching Cha-Ching, was second. Number 3, Chalice, third. Number 9, Nick Skate, fourth. 7139 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Claiborne, the official winner, number 7, Dr. Park, owned by the CRK Stable LLC of Lee Searing, trained by Peter Urton, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Dr. Park, a 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo, out of Queen Caroline by Blame, bred in Kentucky by Southgate Farm LLC. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.45 seconds over the fast main track. And again, the results are official: 7139 official. Trophy presentation for the Claiborne to the connections of Dr. Park. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. Race 4 finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 1, Mystique. Scratch the 4, Don't Be Salty. Scratch number 7, Kazillion. Scratch the 10, A Kiss Because. Scratch 11, Anthony Spice. Scratch 13, Miss World Peace. Jockey for the 12, Home First, Jose Ortiz. Number 12, Home First, the jockey, Jose Ortiz. Main track is fast, turf good.
Race number 4 is up next. It's a maiden claiming event, a mile and a 16th on the main track. And the odds are a little bit different than obviously what we were looking at in the morning line. 5-2 on the 2 right now and 5-2 on the 5 Rock Harbor. And I think the reason being the 5 Rock Harbor is going to be able to show some speed, but that's kind of the same reason why I like the 8 Rainbow Glow in here. She's been going against Maiden Special Weight Company all of her career in all 3 starts. Her last race was her best race on form, and in that race she was able to show a little bit more speed. So to me, she looks like an improving filly, not only from a performance standpoint, but also a speed standpoint. The fact that she was able to sit a little bit closer trip, I thought was really encouraging. She kind of made a move and then flattened out a little bit, but now dropping down for the first time in class, I think she's a little sneaky. She might not be as fast as the 5, but I thought she could maybe sit just off of her and kind of go on from there for trainer Rusty Arnold. The number 2 horse, Here's Your Trouble, 3-2 on the morning line. She's 5-2 right now. I was a little bit concerned. I was wondering what price we would get. And if you have to settle on a short price for this filly, I think the biggest thing that she has to overcome is her lack of speed. Her last race, it doesn't bother me. It was obviously against Maiden Special Weight Company at Turfway. But look at her dirt races, Gulfstream and Churchill. Prior to that, she just lags behind the field. Now, last time out, they decided to put the blinkers on her. So clearly, second time blinkers, now coming back to dirt and staying at the 2-turn distance. I think all of those things are the right move for her to try to get involved. But I think it's one of those situations where it is what it is. She just doesn't really possess a lot of natural early speed. So she's going to have to overcome that in what I think is a very evenly matched field. And then finally, the 5 Rock Harbor. She ran in an off-the-turf event last time out. It was a maiden $30,000 race, and she found herself on the lead. She almost hung on for that win, too. But I just like the improved speed that she showed going the flat mile. Now she stretches out to the mile and a 16th. And once again, in these mile and a 16th races, it's the short stretch, and usually it favors horses who are on or near the lead. So that's kind of a feather in her cap here today. And also, she comes out of the Fairgrounds races. It's I feel like Fairgrounds form has really maintained here during the Keeneland meet, and she does come into the race with a sharp bullet work out there at Churchill Downs. So she should be sharp. She should be on the lead. We'll see if she can sustain that speed to get to the first wire finish, or if it'll set up for maybe a stalker or a closer. But I can understand why the money is so strong on her. It's because of her running style at this distance, too. We are 16 minutes away from race number 4. Best of luck if you are playing this race. This race also kicks off the Pick 5. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a maiden claiming event. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Claiming price $30,000, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3, wagering start of the late pick 5. Scratch the 1, Mystique. Scratch the 4, Don't Be Salty. Also scratch the 7, Kazillion. Scratch the 10, A Kiss Because. Also scratch the 11, Anthony Spice. And scratch 13, Miss World Peace. Jockey for the 12 home first. That'll be Jose Ortiz on number 12. Post time, 7 minutes.
Looking at the number 2, Here's Your Trouble right now at 5-2, and this is actually a Clocker Report pick. Talked about this on our Today at Keeneland earlier this morning. And just a little note on this filly, this $270,000 Munnings filly breezed a solid half mile over a fast racetrack at Keeneland in 48 and change on the 2nd of April for trainer Brendan Walsh, working in company with stablemate King of Ashes, a Street Sense colt who broke his maiden at Gulfstream Park in January, facing maiden special weight company. So there's a little note on the 2, Here's Your Trouble. But if you're looking for some alternatives, we'll talk about them. The number 3, Sister Mary Margaret, I thought was a very interesting horse here, taking a drop in class. And when I looked at her in the paddock, I did like what I saw from her. The blinkers coming off. She gets LASIK today. She showed speed. She stopped last time out, but she actually ran quite well first time out, outrunning her odds to finish second at 14-1 against Tiger Division that day. I just thought she looked like she was entering the race in good fashion. Obviously, she looks very fit in this race too, and hopefully she can take a little bit of a step forward here on the drop in class and the dirt surface for the first time. And then, not surprised to say this, but the 12 home first looks great. Cherie's horses always look really well. This filly, a $200,000 daughter of Game Winner. She comes out of a third-place finish at Turfway last time out. She was just kind of even in that race. I do wonder what kind of trip she'll have. In her first race, she showed absolutely no speed that day. So obviously, more distance is better for a horse like this. But I worry about her at the mile and a 16th distance, where you kind of have to find yourself in a decent position early. If not, if you kind of have to make up a ton of ground, you just simply run out of real estate. So I'm hoping she can show a little bit more speed. She is sharp today, and she looks well. But that was kind of the main concern there with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. She's 7-2 right now. The 5, your current favorite, co-favorite with the 2 as we approach race number 4 for the Pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 4. Ranch Life comes forward. Rainbow Glow. Sweet Star with Home First, the last one. Goes in first wire. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Rock Harbor. Rock Harbor out for the lead, and Rainbow Glow has early speed as well. These two come forward in the opening strides. Here's Your Trouble comes away running in the 3rd position, Home First, forwardly placed but wide into the first turn in the 4th position. Rock Harbor gets over to the rail, has the early lead by just 1 length. It is tracked closely by Rainbow Glow in second, 1.5 lengths. Here's Your Trouble goes third. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Home First, a lane off the rail around the first turn in the 4th position as they enter the back stretch. And then comes Sister Mary Margaret back toward the inside. 23.6 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Sweet Star moves up 1 spot on her outside, and Ranch Life is last. It's running just over 10 lengths from the lead as they work their way toward the far turn with Rock Harbor the leader. Rock Harbor leads it by just 1 length. Rainbow Glow second, 1.5 lengths. Here's Your Trouble third. Then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Home First, followed by Sweet Star, Ranch Life, and Sister Mary Margaret. Opening half mile, 47.91 seconds. Over to the far turn, Rock Harbor is the leader, still leads it by 1.5 lengths. Rainbow Glow still there, still second by 1 length. Followed by Here's Your Trouble, third up toward the outside, just over 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 5 back to Home First, who travels in fourth. The leader's already past the quarter pole. Rock Harbor opens up on the lead by 3 lengths. Top of the short stretch. Home First has to swing out to the center of the track. Running out of time here. Still 6 lengths from the lead. Rock Harbor, Home First. Here's Your Trouble is between that pair. Rock Harbor in the final furlong still leads by 3.5 lengths. Home First is second by a head, just outside of Here's Your Trouble. Rock Harbor in front. Rock Harbor, 2 wins today for Brian Hernandez Jr. Head bobbing photo for place. Either Here's Your Trouble or Home First for runner-up, and then well behind that pair, Rainbow Glow was 4th.
Brian Hernandez Jr. picking up where he left off with a good day here at Keeneland yesterday. That's 2 wins for Brian Hernandez Jr. today. The number 5, Rock Harbor, with an aggressive ride, takes it to the lead and never stops. You can see that the 2 horses behind him, the 2 and the 12, trying to catch her, but they could not quite get her. Running out of real estate in deep stretch, it's the 5, Rock Harbor, going wire to wire.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 5, Rock Harbor, was first. The 2, Here's Your Trouble, was second. 12, Home First, was third. And the 8, Rainbow Glow, was fourth. 5-2-12-8, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, number 5, Rock Harbor, the unofficial winner, owned by James Colwell, Ryan Chanley, and post-time thoroughbreds of Brian Buckle. Trained by Kenny McPeak, 2 wins today for Brian Hernandez Jr. Rock Harbor, 4-year-old filly by Exaggerator out of Isle Royale by Henny Hughes. The winner bred in Kentucky by Brian Buckle at Aradona H. de Ocala, LLC. 1 minute 46.55 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Fourth race results official. 5-2-12-8, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is listed good. The rail at 30 feet today. Scratch number 9, Demolition Duke. 9, Demolition Duke is scratched. Jockey for the 10, all jokes aside, the jockey Angel Serpa. That's the 10, all jokes aside. The jockey will be Angel Serpa. The 11 draws into the race, Run Curtis Run. Contrary to the program, the jockey Joel Rosario. 11, Run Curtis Run, Joel Rosario, the jockey.
Race number 5, 18 minutes to the post, starts the late pick 4 on this Wednesday card here at Keeneland Racecourse, with it being an 8-race card. This is a second-level allowance race for turf sprinters, 5.5 furlongs the distance on the still good-listed turf course. These are 4-year-olds and up. Pretty wide-open event. Let It Ride is the horse that I'll go with on top at 6-1 for trainer George Weaver, a Candy Ride gelding that put together some strong efforts to start off his career in 2023 and then came back in 2024 to run 3 times, showing speed in each of those races, but cuts back in distance once again to 5.5 furlongs as he attempted to run that same distance last time out. He's a horse that was eased in that race, did not complete the course, but that was 8 months back. He had early position in that race at Saratoga at the end of July of last summer. So if he's ready to roll, and I don't think he'd be here at Keeneland if he wasn't ready to roll for trainer George Weaver, I think that the 5.5 furlongs and getting a true chance at the 5.5 furlongs on turf is going to be a big plus for this 5-year-old gelding. He's 6-1 on the board right now. He's been gelded since that race in the summer at Saratoga, so Let It Ride. Let's roll with him at 6-1 right now, the number 4 horse on top in race number 5. The number 2 horse, Coast Along for Shug McGahee, also sitting at 6-1. This is a horse that I've got as my second choice. Gabby's got this West Coast gelding as her top selection. He's getting back to 5.5 furlongs, a distance that he rattled off back-to-back wins at between Laurel and Colonial, and that was going back to the summer of last year. He had one start thereafter in a race at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet going 6 furlongs. He had position and then faded late, but it was a step up in class that he was taking that afternoon. But I think the cutback in trip is a big positive for him. He gets Flavien Prat in the saddle. A lot of reasons to like Coast Along, especially at that price of 6-1 as well. And then I'll travel to the outside here to find the 11 horse as my third choice in this race, and that is a horse that we'll see right now sitting at 6-1, and he's pretty live in the will pays. If you had a chance to take a glance at the will pays for the pick 4 and the pick 5, which are big, especially with that $100 winner we had in race number 2. But Run Curtis Run, he'll be coming from off the pace with this outside draw on Joel Rosario, I would think. Maybe not too far off of it because he can establish some good early position, but he has been a consistent performer. He comes out of New York bred races. The last we saw him 5+ months ago, but I would imagine that he fits well against this group, especially with his battle-tested nature going 5.5 and 6 furlongs on the turf throughout a majority of his career. This will be start 24 of his career here today. Mentioned this does start the late pick 4. I'll use all 3 selections in the first leg that we just mentioned. As far as race number 6 is concerned, 1, 3, and 4 Protege for Sam Walensky from the inside, getting Irad in the saddle. The number 3 horse, Bibaduro for Michael Tomlinson, getting back on dirt. I think he's got some form that fits, and being protected today is an encouragement in race number 6 in that starter race. And then in also the 4 horse Tiger's Legacy for Chris Davis, who has been very capable throughout his career to amass over $115,000 in earnings, gets Flavien Prat there in race number 6. 4 deep in race number 7. This is a tough allowance race with a $120,000 purse. The favorite is likely going to be the number 6 horse, Lion of Justice, who I respect immensely. But I think Cut the Dust, the number 5 horse, is ripe to bounce back after a somewhat dull effort in his start in February at Gulfstream, trying dirt for the first time. But he goes long here today, as a number of these horses, or at least the main contenders, it really appears, are getting that opportunity to stretch it out to a 2-turn distance. Valentinian, the number 14, who does draw into race number 7, he has gone a route of ground. He's 1 for 1 in his career, but don't sleep on him. The $1.5 million purchase for the Connections, led by trainer Todd Pletcher and Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. And then in the 8th and final, another turf event, an A other than allowance race, 1 mile on the good listed ground. Obelisk for Owen Hardy, trying grass for the first time. He's the number 2 horse in race number 8. He's a half-brother to a turf winner in the past. And then British Isles for Slam Dunk Racing and trainer Richie Baltus coming in from Southern California. He's run against some good horses out there on the West Coast. So I respect him, and I think you should as well in the nightcap. $36 investment into the late pick 4, which begins here in race number 5. 13 minutes to post at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hidden Brook, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 30 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 9, Demolition Duke. The jockey for the 10, all jokes aside, is Angel Serpa. The 11 draws in, Run Curtis Run, the jockey Joel Rosario. Post time at 7 minutes.
Race number 5, 6 minutes to post. Let's take a look at the 2 horses taking the most play. The number 6 horse, Voltage, for Pin Oak stud. Trainer Michael Stidham, Ben Curtis in the saddle. Michael Stidham, Ben Curtis, if you will remember from yesterday, took one of our featured events, the Grade 2 Valvoline Global Shakertown yesterday, with the horse that we saw put together such a big run in Think Big and Voltage. For him, they may have just figured out what he wants to do, and that is sprint at these 5.5, 5 furlong races, because prior to his previous run and win down at Fairgrounds, he was in Southern California. They tried him on dirt. They tried him long on turf. His only other sprint race prior to that race at Fairgrounds was down the hillside turf course at Santa Anita, which is much different than 5.5 furlongs that he'll be running today and what he won at last time out. So that is one of the big reasons why he's getting a lot of attention at that. And obviously Michael Stidham and Ben Curtis with that tandem yesterday with Think Big, who won the Shakertown, I think might be weighing on some folks' minds, but he would not be a surprise clearly at odds of 3-1. The 8 horse is the favorite. That is a horse for Jose D'Angelo by the name of Urban Legend, 2 for 9 in his career. It's been since October last year here at Keeneland, where he was able to win his most recent start. And so since then, he ran at Churchill and Gulfstream Park, wasn't able to put it together in either of those 2 races, but he's got the course form, he's got Irad in the saddle, and that is going to dictate the market to give him the slight edge in the wagering. Top right of your screen, he's warming up beautifully, the son of Into Mischief, for More Play Racing and Rosedown Racing Stable. Competitive group of turf sprinters to start the late pick 4. The late pick 4 pool is quickly approaching $180,000. Plenty of time to play it. Less than 4 minutes for race 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Hidden Brook, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 5. Unworkable moves into line along with Curly, Larry, and Mo. Let It Ride and Urban Legend. All jokes aside. Chisler. Run, Curtis, Run, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Urban Legend and Voltage. Let It Ride. And now from the inside, Coast Along and Unworkable moving up as they head up the backstretch. Coast Along to the lead. Unworkable right alongside. Let It Ride will travel in 3rd. Voltage drops back to the inside in the 4th position. Curly, Larry, and Mo is 5th. Urban Legend broke well, but is now toward the center of the pack in 6th, running about 7 lengths off the lead. Chisler is 7th to the inside of that one. All jokes aside, is wide around the turn in 8th. Run, Curtis, Run is in 9th. Hilarious Affair, last of the 10, 21.56 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Coast Along, Unworkable, 1-2 separated by a half length. Just over a quarter mile to go. They turn for home. A gap of 3 to Let It Ride in 3rd. Voltage 4th toward the outside. And now Urban Legend is finding running room and just in the blink of an eye comes right to the front. Urban Legend, once that lane opened up, got the lead. Now a late charge from Chisler to the inside. Let It Ride is in 3rd. Run, Curtis, Run. Chisler coming on to the inside of Urban Legend. Chisler up the rail. Wins it. 24-1 under Chris Amey.
Talk about redemption for Chris Amey and Brittany Vandenberg. After having a heavy favorite earlier, not run all that well, they spring this massive upset with Chisler. And Urban Legend, he made that strong move, which Kurt mentioned in his race call, and he got the lead. It looked like he was well on his way to victory, but Chisler coming late to pull off this upset at 24-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 5, Chisler, was first. Number 8, Urban Legend, was second. The 11, Run Curtis Run, was third. Number 4, Let It Ride, fourth. 5, 8, 11, 4, unofficial. Race 5, results official. 5, 8, 11, 4, the official results. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Hidden Brook, number 5, Chisler, owned by Marsico Brothers Racing. Jonathan Lewis Jr., Lewis III, and Michael Marsico. Brittany Vandenberg is the trainer, and Chris Amy the jockey. Chisler, 5-year-old gelded son of Speightstown out of Spindle by Hardspun, bred in Kentucky by Purple H Bloodstock. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 3.85 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the Hidden Brook Trophy presentation to the connections of Chisler. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is listed fast. Scratch the 9, Norwich. Sixth race, scratch number 9, Norwich.
Horses in the paddock for race number 6 with less than 19 minutes to post. This 6th race does start the final pick 3 opportunity of the afternoon here at Keeneland on the 8-race card. It's a starter allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $30,000 or less and which have not won 3 races in their career. And right now we're looking at Tiger's Legacy, the number 4 horse. My top play for Walmack Farm trainer Chris Davis. He is the current favorite at odds of 6-5. He owns a win here at Keeneland going back to the end of the spring meet of last year when he broke his maiden for 30 by 7 1/4 lengths. It took him a while to break through and pick up win number 2 of his career. That came back at the end of January at Turfway Park on the synthetic in a first-level allowance optional 25. But he's eligible for this starter allowance race, so finding a little bit easier spot than obviously jumping into a 2 other than allowance here at Keeneland Racecourse at this point in the season. And he just looks to be in the right spot. He's got speed. He's got Flavien Prat in the saddle. So back on dirt here today. He has blossomed a bit in his last 3 races. Now, whether that from compared to what we saw from him in his races at Ellis at Churchill, now, was that the synthetic? I don't necessarily think so, because his first 2 races on the dirt, the one when he broke his maiden at Keeneland and then his Churchill race, were arguably 2 of his better races. So back on dirt could be a big plus. A year more mature from the last that we saw him here at Keeneland, and has recent races under his belt. He raced just, a month and a half ago on the 23rd of February. Tiger's Legacy looks to be the right one to deserve this kind of attention at odds of 6-5. Protege from the inside. Here's where Irad Ortiz Jr. will be riding for C2 Racing Stables and trainer Sam Walensky, a 5-year-old son of Good Magic. He's run in the past here at Keeneland Racecourse. That was an off-the-board or out-of-the-top 3 performance. But let's take a look at his last couple of starts. At Gulfstream Park, he was 3rd on the synthetic for $35,000. Prior to that, they ran him in the slop at Tampa Bay Downs. He finished 4th in a field of 7, beating 3 horses in that race. But I think the biggest tell for him in trying to gauge this horse against this level of competition is that string of races at the end of last year over at Churchill Downs. He was running in Non-What is a 2 company. He was always right there, and then he finally breaks through and wins for 50 Non-What is a 2 lifetime. They step him up. Obviously, you have to step up when you win a race or clear a Non-What is a 2 allowance race, or you have to take a pretty big drop down in class. Why would you drop a horse like this? But those races are, I think, indicative of what we're going to see here today. He's very quick as well. He shouldn't be too far off the favorite, or maybe he'll be even out in front of the favorite when they leave the starting gate traveling down the backstretch. So there's a lot of upside to this 5-year-old for Sam Walensky, Protege, in race number 6. And then the number 3 horse, Bibaduro for Michael Tomlinson. Similar idea here. You look at those previous dirt races at Churchill for 50 Non-What is a 2 lifetime. He was competitive. He was 4th behind Protege in that common race on the 24th of November over at Churchill Downs when Protege picked up his 2nd lifetime win. Michael Tomlinson brought him back after a few months going long at Turfway Park. That proved not to be all that effective, and then immediately they cut him back in trip, cut him back in distance, and he responds with the win going 6.5 furlongs at Turfway Park. So he's got dirt races, dirt speed figures that fit here with this crew, and at odds of 8-1, I'm not going to say I would prefer him over the 2 horses I just spoke about, but I don't think it's a stretch to think that he can spring an upset in here. I don't think, what I'm trying to say is I don't think that the 7-5, 3-1, and then jump up to 8-1 tells the full story on what he is going to be able to do versus this group. I think that the gap is a little bit smaller as far as ability versus what we're seeing in the win pools right now for race number 6. Good luck however you see it. 15 minutes to post. Race number 6 at Keeneland to start the late pick 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 9. Norwich number 9 is scratch. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a look at the number 7 horse, Musical Maestro, 6-1 on the board, getting some attention with Juan Hernandez in from Southern California to ride here some of these days here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Mike Maker puts his horse on dirt here today after those tries up at Turfway Park on the synthetic. He picked up his second lifetime win for 30 back in January, then ran in a non-waters of 3 for 30 as the favorite that day. Couldn't go back-to-back in his career, but stays in this non-waters of 3 restricted starter allowance race. And he's got a few dirt races that would put him right there, that are not far off of a lot of these horses. He was able to break his maiden at Oaklawn for 50 March of 2024 when he was with trainer Steve Asmussen. His last dirt race came in a starter race at Saratoga where he was a massive price, but he's getting attention right now at 7-1. He comes in with a string of decent races. I mean, races that fit here, and if Mike Maker wants to protect him in a starter allowance versus running him for a tag, that's worth noting. So Musical Maestro 7-1 on the tote board. On a day in which we've seen the two of the biggest upsets that we've seen this meet so far on day 4 of Keeneland Racecourse, I feel inclined to try to make cases for some of these long shots. And let's go to the 8-horse Party Vicious with Mario Gutierrez in the saddle. Reina Gonzalez is the conditioner. The positive about this colt is that he was able to rattle off back-to-back wins in his last 2. He broke his maiden for 7,500, and right immediately, first try against winners, he wins again, which is not easy to do, regardless of the level, in my opinion. Now, it obviously becomes easier when you're running in the levels in which he did the lower levels up at Turfway Park. But he's quick, and he's been quick on the dirt. He's been quick on the dirt against horses like Top Gun Rocket at Churchill Downs, who's a really nice horse. So his first 3 races, he was in a lot tougher competition, even those were maiden races in the 2 starts at Fairgrounds and in between those 2 starts at Churchill Downs. If he's quick, he can have an impact on this race at odds of 12-1. 3 minutes to post before race number 6 at Keeneland. Best of luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race. Moving into line race 6. Shipman comes forward. Now Musical Maestro. Bibadoro moves into line. Tiger's Legacy. Party Vicious, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Sir Pistolero broke alertly. Musical Maestro is right there as well. Party Vicious far outside as they head up the backstretch. Protege now kicks in, and Protege against the rail moves up for the lead. Pippadoro is right there alongside of that one as they head for the far turn. Tiger's Legacy now joins this four-way battle up front, because Musical Maestro still there to the outside, caught wide to the far turn in that 4th position. Shipman is 5th back toward the inside. Party Vicious is in 6th between horses. Gap of 2 more lengths to Criso, a logo, and Sir Pistolero is at the back. 22.62 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Tiger's Legacy from the outside challenging Protege as they move around the far turn. A gap of 3.5, 4 more lengths now. Back to Bibadoro, who travels in 3rd. Party Vicious 4th up on the outside. Shipman is 5th, 8 lengths off the lead. Tiger's Legacy going at it with Protege. Protege inside, and Tiger's Legacy outside. This pair matching strides into the final furlong. A gap of 5 more lengths to the rest. Protege pokes his head back in front once again from Tiger's Legacy at the 16th pole. Protege just will not quit, and Protege rallies back up the inside to secure the victory from Tiger's Legacy home 2nd, and then it was Shipman 3rd, followed by Criso Alogo in 4th.
A gritty performance from Protege for C2 Racing Stable and Irad Ortiz Jr. Look at the size difference between these two runners. Much smaller Protege versus the much bigger Tiger's Legacy, but the fight from Protege prevails at odds of 7-2 as he digs in to pull off this very slight upset as the second choice. 1-4-2-5 unofficial in race 6 at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 1, Protege, finished first. Number 4, Tiger's Legacy, second. The 2, Shipman, third. And number 5, Creso Alogo, fourth. 1-4-2-5, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 6th race, 1-4-2-5. The official results into the winner's circle. Number 1, Protege, owned by C2 Racing Stable LLC of Clint Cornett and Mark Cornett. Sam Walensky, the trainer, and Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Protege, a 5-year-old son of Good Magic, out of Taboo by Forestry, bred in Kentucky by Marybelle Stable LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 11.93 seconds. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track listed fast. Race 7 finishes in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 2, Bracket Buster. Also scratch number 3, Without Caution. Scratch number 8, Touchy. Scratch 11, Cacao. And scratch 13, Him. A reminder, number 14, Valentinian, draws into the race. Jockey as programmed.
Race number 7, less than 18 minutes to the post. This is a group of 3-year-olds. They'll be going 1 mile and a 16th, so a short stretch, first wire finish for this trip, and a $120,000 purse up for grabs. Several scratches, as you can see here, but still a pretty big field remains intact. Headlined, as far as the favorite is concerned, with Lion of Justice, who we'll get to in just a moment. Cut the Dust, the number 5 horse for Pin Oak Stud, and Josie Carroll, Frankie Dettori gets the opportunity to ride. Colt by Not This Time, who broke his maiden at Woodbine in impressive fashion. Word was out that he was a good one. He put together a big effort, going 5.5 furlongs and won by 6.5 lengths in the end. His follow-up race several months later in February at Gulfstream, from July to February, is the pattern, at least the gap between his 2 races thus far. He didn't quite bring the same level of performance as he did on debut. Now, obviously, stepping up versus tougher horses is one thing. I also think that dealing with dirt for the first time in his career, even though he had been training on dirt, might have had another thing to do with it as well. But perhaps the layoff was an aspect that played into the factor of that 4th place finish in a field of 5. But nonetheless, his 2 starts have come sprinting. He's by Not This Time, a proven racehorse or stallion for racehorses that can get the 2 turns. And I do think that there is something more from this horse, and clearly it's on paper on that debut effort that we saw from him. And I think that the 2-turn attempt here today will be a big step forward for Cut the Dust as far as his performance in the end. So I'm going to take a shot against this favorite on the top end as far as the top selection with Cut the Dust, because even though we've seen that big performance, I do think that there is even better performances to come for this colt that Pin Oak Stud bought for $300,000 back in 2023. Now he's got to deal with Lion of Justice. This is the toughest race that Cut the Dust has run in. Lion of Justice, same can be said for him, because even with that flashy performance we saw from him at Colonial, there's a lot of the deep runners or deep competition in this race. And Lion of Justice, $1.1 million Keeneland September yearling in the 2023 September sale for St. Elias Stables, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Tala Racing. He's a colt by Into Mischief. He went over to Colonial during that brief period of time that we had racing at Colonial in Virginia during the Virginia Derby, and broke his maiden on debut as a 1-turn mile. And he did so from post position number 1, blitzing that field on that afternoon. So a fast time. That main track was playing lightning quick at Colonial if you caught any of the races in those few days of races for racing days for Virginia Derby weekend. But he ran off the screen, won by 6.5 lengths, 1-turn mile, 2 turns today. He is a horse that you're going to have to keep an eye on moving forward, it appears. Lion of Justice. No surprise that he's 4-5 on the board right now as this heavy of a favorite. And then the number 7 horse will round out my top 3 here in race number 7. That is the runner 18-1 Hedge for Ben Colebrook, a gelding by Volatile, who has shown some promise too in his races. This will be the first time that he goes 2 turns. He broke his maiden in an optional 50 event at Ellis Park summer of last year, came back here to Keeneland, finished 2nd sprinting at a huge number. He was 26-1 when he was 2nd in the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse in the early days of that meet. Won a starter allowance race, then went into an A other than 1 turn over at Churchill Downs. So he too is going 2 turns for the first time in his racing career. He gets Lasix for the first time in his 3-year-old debut. So the price is right. Price is where it probably should be as far as the way that this race is being played. But he is definitely one that can at least fill out a top 3, top 4 finish if you're playing tries, exactas, superfectas, things of that nature, with the many handicapping and wagering options that you have in this race. Speaking of, starts the late daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering in race number 7. Very good one coming up next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Headley allowance optional claiming race for a price of $125,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 2 Bracket Buster. Scratch number 3 Without Caution. Scratch number 8 Touchy. Also scratch the 11 Cacao. And scratch number 13 Hem. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race, Valentinian, Jockey as programmed. 7 minutes to post.
Skate Away, owned by Spendthrift Farm, the number 10 horse, currently sitting at 7-1. Irad Ortiz Jr., Todd Pletcher at 7-1. That's the kind of race that we're dealing with here as we see him break off for his warm-up for race number 7. This is a colt. He's a good-looking colt. They bought for $400,000 by Good Magic out of a Tis Now First Dam, who's produced a couple of winners in her broodmare career, this being one of them, this colt we see on the screen right now. But on debut, he ran in a sprint race that was taken by River Thames. Now, we saw River Thames run yesterday in the Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass Stakes, and out of that maiden debut, he broke his maiden going 1 mile and an eighth. Now, that's the question for him. Is he going to be as effective cutting back to 1 mile and a 16th here this afternoon with the short stretch? How much position can he have early on, especially with this outside draw? But draws in a few lanes, or a few starting stalls, I should say, in the starting gate with the scratches of the 2, 3, and 8, which would have been to his inside. But he is a good-looking colt for Spendthrift Farm, 7-1 with Irad in the saddle out of the Hall of Fame barn of Todd Pletcher. And then Lured Away, the 12, he is a pretty horse. He's a big price. He's 22-1. You're getting a look at him as he jogs away from us with the pony. But this is a colt that Kenny McPeak and David Burnson acquired out of a sale back in 2023 for $30,000. He ran in a maiden auction restricted race on debut last fall here at Keeneland. But he's gotten better in these longer distance races. And in his last race at Oaklawn Park in a first level allowance condition, he ran into Best Friend Rocket, who would come out of there and give it a go in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby a couple of weekends ago. So Lured Away, pretty horse. He looks like one that, just based on his run lines, you can see he's not going to be quick early on, but he's going to make some progress over the course of this 2-turn distance. It's just a matter of, is he going to be able to make enough progress as they enter the far turn with that short stretch to work with? But he's a pretty colt. They got themselves a nice-looking horse for just $30,000, and he is 22-1. 4 minutes to post before the start of the late double here at Keeneland Racecourse. Even money on the horse we're looking at, Lion of Justice, looking to go 2 for 2 after his flashy debut win in mid-March over at Colonial in Virginia.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Headley. Moving into line, race 7. Lion of Justice comes forward. Skate Away moves into line. Now Lured Away. Valentinian, the last one. Goes in. First wire at the post. They're off. And there goes Skate Away from the outside. Skate Away to the lead from Hedge. Cut the Dust is there to the inside. It moves up as they head down into the first turn. Skate Away has the lead, though, and Skate Away does get over to the rail as they enter the first turn. Cut the Dust switches lanes to the outside now. Second, just a length off the early lead. Hedge to the outside is in third. Lion of Justice fourth. Saving ground around the first turn. Ashley's Archer is fifth up on the outside. Special Caliber back to the inside is in sixth, a half length. Valentinian between horses moves up carefully in seventh, just 5 lengths off the lead. Then further back, Kinetic Control travels in eighth. And Lured Away is last of the 9. The opening quarter went in 23.84 seconds. Skate Away, the leader. Skate Away on top by just a length. Cut the Dust is second by 3/4 of a length. Hedge is third up to the far outside. Ashley's Archer wider still now, moving up into fourth. 3 lengths off the lead, though. Lion of Justice between horses is looking down toward the inside in fifth. 2 lengths from the front at the entry to the far turn. Kinetic Control, Valentinian, Special Caliber, and Lured Away at the back. It was 48.93 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Skate Away is leading it. Cut the Dust is trying to draw alongside as they move midway on the turn. Ashley's Archer swings up center of the track in third. Lion of Justice is back toward the inside. There's a 1/4 mile to go. Still in fourth and still 3.5 to 4 lengths off the lead. Valentinian has 5 to make up. Top of the short stretch. Skate Away to catch, and Skate Away leads it by 1.5 lengths, 2 lengths off the turn. Coming into the final furlong, it is Skate Away. Lion of Justice now tries to get going, but already into the final furlong and running out of time. Valentinian is third. Skate Away. The wire is coming. Skate Away by 2.5. Valentinian to the inside. Lion of Justice outside. Skate Away wins it by a long neck over Lion of Justice in second, and Valentinian was third.
Well, Skate Away did just that on the front end. Going into the first turn, Irad Ortiz Jr. got him on the front end, and thankfully the wire came up for this son of Good Magic, because the 6, who did not have a straight path to try to run down the 10, he was down on the inside, had to come around. He was coming, but comes up maybe a quarter of a length short in the end. How about 6-1? Pletcher, Ortiz. It's not often you get it, but you get it here in race number 7 at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 10, Skate Away, was first. Number 6, Lion of Justice, second. The 14, Valentinian, third. The 12, Lured Away, was fourth. 10-6, 14-12. Unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Headley, the unofficial winner, number 10, Skate Away, owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Skate Away, a 3-year-old son of Good Magic, out of See Me Run Wild by Tisnow, bred in Kentucky by Phoenix Thoroughbred 3 Limited. Results are now official. The time, 1 minute 45.3 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Back-to-back winners on the card, sired by Good Magic, 145.3, and again, results official, 10-6, 14-12. In the winner's circle, the Headley Trophy presentation to the connections of Skate Away. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Carryover $32,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. The turf is good, rail at 30 feet. Scratch the 4, Warhol. Also scratch number 14, Z Dancer. Scratch the 15, Kistler. And scratch 16, Game Point. A reminder, the jockey for number 5, Rotterdam, Ben Curtis. Number 5, Rotterdam, the jockey, Ben Curtis. 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Sicilian Defense, draws in. Jockey as programmed.
Eighth and final race on this Wednesday card. If you saw it or missed it, $32,000 Toyota Super High Five carryover coming into the nightcap. So a nice pull already with the multi-day carryover coming into this Toyota Super High Five. And this is our featured event, a first level allowance race for turf runners, 4-year-olds and up, going a mile on the good listed turf course. Scratch the 4, 14, 15, and 16. British Isles, the number 3 horse for Slam Dunk Racing, Richie Baltus and Jerry McClanahan, comes in from Southern California off of runs at Santa Anita and Del Mar. He's been here in Kentucky in the past. Last fall, he ran at Kentucky Downs, finished 3rd in one of those big allowance races, and he's back to Kentucky for another big allowance race. But as son of Justify, has had one start at the age of 4, was beaten just ahead to a pretty solid horse out in Southern California at Santa Anita, Phosphorescence. And prior to that, at the age of 3, through Del Mar and Santa Anita, he'd put together some productive races and ran 3rd in the Let It Ride Stakes, a restricted stakes race at Del Mar during that fall meet behind a good runner in King of Gosford. He was only beaten 3 1/4 lengths in the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby to a formidable man. So the reason I like him is that he's been so consistent. They have figured out that what he wants to do, and it's these turf races. He's done well at a mile, on up to a mile and an eighth, and even that mile and 5/16 race at Kentucky Downs. But he's run against some of the better runners that we've seen from the 3-year-old division, now 4-year-old division out on the West Coast. So British Isles coming this way for Richie Baltus, who comes in, loves it here at Keeneland Racecourse, and it's great to have him here and have this runner, this son of Justify, being a live runner. Just click down to odds of 5-2. To his inside is Obelisk, who is 6-1 for Godolphin, a homebred for the boys in blue. Godolphin, son of Quality Road, for trainer Owen Hardy, who had a stakes winner earlier this week with Verity in the Beaumont Stakes on opening day. And he is a horse that was debuted at Turfway Park during the winter. He was 4th on debut, came out of that to win going a mile on the synthetic course by 2 1/4 lengths at a pretty solid price. So he's progressed with the added distance. He's a half-brother to a turf winner, so the pedigree's there as they put him on grass for the first time. But I think this is one that you've got to sincerely respect, having seen him put together 2 solid runs in his racing career. He's drawn to the inside of the favorite. We'll see what approach Jimmy Graham takes here in the Godolphin Blue Silks. But Obelisk at 6-1, my second choice here in our 8th nightcap here on this Wednesday card. And then to the outside, we go to an 11-1 shot. That is the 11-horse Presider for Brittany Russell and owner George Sharp, a gelding by Connect, who comes in from Southern California as well. He was previously out on the West Coast with trainer Tim Yachtine. He's got some speed to him. There's no doubt about it. He likes to mix it up early on in his races. He's really moved forward since moving over to the turf course, or back over to the turf course, in his last 4 runs at Santa Anita and Del Mar. He has been here in the past at Keeneland. That was in a dirt run for 50, but he's clearly better on turf and synthetic for that matter if you look at his overall career record. But Presider, Brian Hernandez Jr., is having a wonderful weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse, or week for that matter as we sit midweek, but winning yesterday's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass with Burnham Square. We'll see how Presider gets on for Brittany Russell and owner George Sharp. Toyota Super High Five race with that $32,000, $121 carryover. Get involved. Good luck in the 8th and final on this Wednesday at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Valley Rankin Allowance. 4-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the turf, listed good. The rail at 30 feet. $32,000 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 4, Warhol. Also scratch the 14, Z Dancer, the 15, Kistler, and the 16, Game Point. Jockey for the 5, Rotterdam, Ben Curtis. Number 5, Rotterdam, the jockey, Ben Curtis. 13 draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Number 13, Sicilian Defense, draws in. And Jose Ortiz to ride as programmed. Post time at 5 minutes.
Just 4 minutes away from the nightcap here at Keeneland Racecourse, we're looking at Qatar Racing's Rotterdam for Jose D'Angelo, a gelding by Mendelssohn that they acquired out of the Keeneland Horses of Racing sale in April of 2024 for $85,000. And it's turned out to be a pretty solid purchase, to say the least, because he's a horse that was able to break his maiden back during 2022's campaign. But since they acquired him, he was a winner for $35,000, and he has justified his inclusion in these types of allowance races down at Gulfstream Park. Now, Ben Curtis picks up the mount, but this gelding by Mendelssohn is in some of the best form that we've seen from him, and he's really been able to maintain his form over the last couple of years going back to 2023. So at odds of 7-1, one of many in here that sit at very good prices in the nightcap, and that you've got to consider if you're playing the Toyota Super High 5 with that big carryover coming into today. Naganu, the number 8 horse for trainer Brendan Walsh. This is another son of Mendelssohn, another Keeneland sale grad from the September sale of 2022 for $120,000. He started off his career running 3 consecutive very solid races, including a runner-up finish in the Grade 3 Zuma Beach. Now, last time out, just simply did not handle the turf course at Churchill Downs. I think we can give him a pass on that. But off the 11-month layoff, has been with Brendan Walsh here in Kentucky, working at Turfway Park through the winter. Umberto Rispoli in town, a rider that we saw last weekend win the Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby with the current favorite for the Kentucky Derby in journalism. So great to see Umberto here in town to ride at Keeneland for a few afternoons of racing. But Naganu, the 8, 7-1 on the board right now, looking to bounce back off of that 11-month layoff. And then we'll go to the outside to the 13, who is 13-1 on the tote board. The also eligible that draws in. This is an Uncle Mo colt for Cherie DeVoe, and a runner that was down at Fairgrounds with that string, comes off of a solid run at Fairgrounds from an outside draw that afternoon to finish second, but it makes a nice appearance as the colt by Uncle Mo with Jose Ortiz, Cherie's go-to rider over the last several months. Big price with a chance, 13-1 on Sicilian Defense for Borders Racing Stable and breeder and now co-owner, John Gunther. Good luck in the nightcap. Race number 8 coming up in less than 2 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Ballyrankin. Moving into line, 8th race. Summer and Adrienne moves in along with Rotterdam. Sandpipes. Domingo. Sicilian Defense will be the last one. Coming forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes British Isles from the inside. And now Nagano kicks in from between horses Alamon, and then Sicilian Defense far outside presses the issue as well. Wide to the first turn, though. Nagano gets over next to the rail and has the early lead, at least for just a moment. Alamon moves by now and takes the lead by just a head. Sicilian Defense is alongside. Sandpipes is a wide third. 3 wide off the first turn onto the back stretch. Nagano shuffled back to the inside in 4th position. Rotterdam is 5th between horses. British Isles is 6th back toward the inside. Navy Seal moves up 1 spot to the outside of that one, 7th, followed by Domingo in 8th. Shopper's Revenge is in 9th. Presider is 10th. Obelisk is 11th. And Summer and Adrienne, last of the 12, opening quarter, 23.98 seconds. Back up front. Alamon to the inside, has a head in front. Sicilian Defense is second, a length and a half. Sandpipes a wide third. Nagano fourth to the inside, then Rotterdam fifth in between horses, 3 lengths off the lead. And then another length and a half. Domingo going to be wide, about 4 wide to the far turn. Navy Seal 3 lanes off the rail between horses, racing 6 lengths from the front. And then British Isles back toward the inside. It is Alamon who continues to show the way, though, just over a quarter mile to go. Sicilian Defense is in second position as they move off the far turn. Sandpipes horses there in third. Rotterdam looks for room. Nagano looks for room down toward the inside. Domingo's out in the center of the course. Rotterdam, Domingo to the outside. Nagano moving up toward the inside. British Isles is in behind horses as they move through deep stretch. Domingo right alongside of Rotterdam. Late charge from far back Navy Seal and Summer and Adrienne. What a finish. Multiple horse photo for the win. Summer and Adrienne came late on the far outside in the closing strides with Navy Seal. Possibly Summer and Adrienne.
What a finish here as the 12 was dead last, and he is going to start to kick it into high gear, and this is going to take some time to sort through. Keep an eye on the orange and black or blue striped hat of British Isles and Flavien Prat, the favorite. He just never had anywhere to go. He's stuck back behind horses. It's on between the 5 and 7, but then here comes the 10 and 12 carrying each other to the wire. As they hit the wire, maybe the 12 by just a nose in the end. It's in the hands of the placing judges here at Keeneland as we get another look at Summer and Adrienne flashing home quickest of all. Photo on the board for the nightcap here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 12, Summer and Adrienne finished first in the photo. 10, Navy Seal was second. Number 5, Rotterdam was third. The 7, Domingo was fourth. Number 8, Nagano was fifth. 12, 10, 5, 7, 8. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Bally Rankin, the unofficial winner, number 12, Summer and Adrienne, owned by the Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by Case Chambers, Mike Maker, the trainer, and Juan Hernandez, the jockey. Summer and Adrienne, a 4-year-old gelded son of Summer Front out of Robbie Joe by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Ben Henley, Beck Henley, and Sebastian Murat. Keeneland November graduate. Summer and Adrienne, 1 minute 39.06 seconds for the 1 mile over the turf, listed good. Results official for race 8, 12:10.578. Results official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Bally Rankin to the connections of Summer and Adrienne. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, just over $88,000 for tomorrow's card. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Pick 6, 5 of 6 with a carryover of $45,000 plus. So just over $45,000 for the pick 6 carryover and $88,000 plus for the Super High 5, the Toyota Super High 5 carryover for tomorrow's card when racing resumes at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The sports bar and the mezzanine bar remain open for simulcasting for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.